That's not a terrible idea. Some things out of the way. Check, mic check, testing, 1, 2, 3. I think we need to monitor this. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Check audio, check. Yeah.
When did you eat?
Fascistas by Unstable. Is it because we're transmitting a little bit more than we meant to? Yeah, I think that's why. Let me check settings here. Output 58. Looks good. I think it's just stabilizing. Gotta love the music. Okay. I think we'll kind of get set up in the background here. And I would love to set up another light with ooh, that's a good idea. With using my projection. I'm blanking on the name. Maybe it'll tell me. I doubt it'll tell me, but maybe, just maybe it will. Where is that light located? Oh, it's upstairs. Okay. So this is an optical snoot. Yes, we've looked at this before. I think at least unboxing it on stream. But it lets you pattern light, like you can filter it through pattern filters and create different effects. And I think that would look nice in the room. I don't know if I need it for the product shoot in particular, but we may install that. I've got it out now, so at least we're kind of ready to go on it. And then we can go from there as needed. I will warn everybody that I think I'm coming down with a cold, so I will be sniffly, nose blowy, which is unpleasant. I think I'll turn down the mic gain just a touch. Okay. I think we can kind of start getting set up. Let's actually adjust this to have a little bit more in shot. Potentially, actually we can zoom out. That would probably be the easiest thing, huh? Something like that. Good deal. So we're setting up for some macro shots. I've got a battery kind of as a stand-in. My editor has kind of a shot list for me, which is really exciting. So I'll actually be able to follow a little bit of a list for things I need. And we're also getting shots of the different webcams that I used in the test. And I think it's going to be an omen of the future, for lack of a better word, that my projects are just going to take forever because I still work full time. So, well, more than full time. So it's really hard to get things done creatively. This week was, I streamed last Sunday, and that was fun. And I expected to stream the next day, and that never happened. We're 6 days, 6 days past. So I'm gonna try to set up the rig that we had going last time. That was really neat. So we'll boot the phone up, see if it needs charge. And then I guess, honestly, the battery can't really be the stand-in for us because we need the battery. So I'll throw one of the webcams up there. Leave these ports open. We'll just drop this in here. I did discover, let me check. This is actually pretty low on charge. So I probably should have considered that. I wonder if I go put that on the super fast charger upstairs, or if I try to bring in a charger. It just charges off USB-C, so it's not end-all type thing, but it needs something. Deliberation. I could get the super fast charger, and then I'd need to run something to it, which I think I could do. Or I do have this one, but it is actually charging the phone, the other phone, which will get used. I will be back and grab the other charger. I bought a phone 2 weeks ago, and it came with this massive charging brick, but it's an EU plug standard. So I have to adapt it, which it came with an adapter. But I think it's just so comical how huge this charger is. It does charge incredibly quickly though, so it does its job. That is for sure. Oh, we do have things kind of scattered around. Plug that in. I'll kind of lay that up there and hope it doesn't pull too much off the table. And I'm gonna plug in the battery just to see what kind of charge rate we get. Ooh, this is the first time I've ever seen this battery charge at 20 volts. So that was actually a good move. Normally it charges around 10 or 12. I forget because it uses a different charger. So this is the crazy thing. My phone has been charging for maybe 10 minutes and it went from 30-ish to 42%. Plug this in and it comes up with this little indicator and it's like a percent every 5 seconds or something like that. So this phone will be fully charged in like 10 minutes now, if not less. So we're at 43% right now. Started at 42, we're at 43 now. I'll check back in when we hit 80%. So I'll put the battery back on the V-mount. I really need to get a second one because I tend to forget what I was doing and that I need batteries. But I'll put it on the rig and we'll kind of continue setting this up. I'll try to, unlike last time, I'll get it in a spot that's actually out of the way a little bit. Maybe not too much. Maybe I'll build this back here so you guys have a chance of seeing just a little bit more. Yeah, that seems to work. Hey, Romy, how are you? Just sorry, chat. Hopefully I didn't leave you on read for a minute there. And let me see if this is, I don't think that's pinching too bad. What have you been up to today, Romy? Okay. So this phone is getting turned on here. We'll let that start. It's at 50%, so we may need to charge it. I'll try to keep an eye on that. This will run off of that, which will hopefully be able to exceed its charge. Like 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, perfect. That's my goal. Hopefully not keep people too much longer than that. Glad you're doing well. I'm doing good. I'm a little bit under the weather today. I don't know if it's going to keep getting worse or if this is the most of it. But I had a really long shift the other night and I haven't gotten much sleep since, which is usually the situation I get into where I start getting sick. So I appreciate it, Romy. I'm sure I will. I usually do okay. Have a decent immune system. All right, let's get the camera on. So what we were doing last time was orbit shots with a macro lens, trying to get like really close high detail on different parts of products, but we weren't able to get like full products at this with this setup. So part of what I did was to put a separate camera onto the rig itself and then mount a monitor on there so that you guys could kind of see both of everything, or everything. So I'm going to toggle on our Droid Cam, which is an app you can use to use a cell phone as a webcam, and it runs off your Wi-Fi. Randomly, my phone is vibrating a ton. Don't know why, that's very annoying. I don't see like the charge port or anything. Oh, it hasn't been on for a few days. This is my old phone, so it's getting every single notification imaginable right at the moment, which is annoying as hell. It's like I want to be connected to the Wi-Fi, I need to be connected to the Wi-Fi, but I sure as hell don't want all those notifications. So if I keep this phone, I'll have to go through and delete a bunch of stuff. But we'll get this pulled back up here. And maybe get a little bit better set up. I'd like you guys to be able to see more of this shot. And then we'll just use this like we were. And we'll go back here to auto focus. And let's try to work on the USB-C port here. So I'll just snag focus, please. Might be too close. I think we are. So I'm going to slide the monitor back, the camera back, and hopefully that'll get us in a good spot. That got us, so I'm going to just go a little bit past, try to refocus. No, supposed to focus close. There you go. Put that back to manual. And now we can focus you down to the USB-C port. Something like that. And you guys should be able to see a little bit of a preview now in that bottom right corner of what we're actually looking at. Yeah, that seems to work okay. Really what I should do is flip-flop these views. And have full screen of the other and then put myself in there. Otherwise, I think that'll work, but we better get started here. I guess to fully update, oh, my phone just, what'd it do? It wants to update. I do not want to update anything. Let's check on the phone. 77%. So it's pretty much fully charged as far as I go. I usually go about 80%. Call it good. So there we go. We'll end up using this phone to demo a few things later, I'm hoping. So it's good to have it charged up. And yeah, we're charging down there. So I'll just kind of leave that in and hopefully it won't be too much of a bother. And I'll come out of this and we will officially start stream here. Alrighty. Guess I'll stand back here. Hello and welcome to channel Fimorth on Twitch and Better Done Right on YouTube. We're dual streaming this evening and we are doing some macro slow motion orbit B-roll shots of webcams and different camera gear. I have a webcam review that I'm working on that I need some B-roll for, but I also have some other videos that I'm working on, and the things in those videos also need to be have some B-roll shot for them. So this is the rig that we're working with. This is a Panasonic S5 IIX with a Sigma 105 macro lens. That's just what we're using for the moment. We're getting kind of our tight detail shots. And then we have it rigged up with an SSD and a portable monitor down here. And then we also have a phone that'll act as a wireless webcam off the side here so that you can kind of get a better perspective of everything that's going on. I had this set up with a 4K wireless transmission system so that you guys could see the full quality output from the camera, or at least the best I could give you. on a streaming platform. But there was a desync issue. This camera outputs 2997, but the transmission system on its HDMI plug uses a 30p transmission. So there was a slight desync there, and it seemed to kind of stutter and hitch just a little bit, which is fine for something live like I was doing, but I couldn't capture that recording to use later in a video. So we're recording locally on the camera, and we're kind of working in a different way for you guys to see. So I will toggle on our Droid Cam, which is a pretty affordable app. They do have a free version that you can test everything with to make sure it works. And then they do have a $15 paid version. And you can see now kind of the view from the back of the rig. And I will decide where the heck I want to focus. Do I want to focus on... Does that actually zoom for you guys? That is cool as heck. I had no idea I could do that. So that's very cool. I can actually zoom in, and can I pan? No, I think I can just crop the middle. But that's still very cool. So yeah, I get a slider. I can go all the way to that, which is still decent quality. Hello. That was not what I was looking for. That's closer to what I was looking for. But silly thing. So we're gonna reorient this a little bit. I was meant to be setting this up kind of in the pre-stream, but you know how it goes. Always miss something. So where do we want all of this to settle? This might be a tighter view. Than I was actually anticipating. So if I can turn that, which I can't. Kind of regretting moving the camera now. I think I had a wide angle lens being used. So let me try swapping cameras again. Okay, so yeah, we did have our wide angle going last time. And maybe that doesn't actually have a focus function, which is kind of interesting. So I think I'll swap you guys back up to our wide cam, and I'll set it to a preview there. We'll do that for now, so you guys can kind of get an overall view of both things. We'll maybe even move over so you guys can see a little bit better. And I think we'll go ahead and adjust this now. So I'm gonna give you guys full screen on the preview. And then what we'll do is we'll bring this as more of an overlay. So we'll drag that across and undo that Y. Why? It doesn't do things I expect. There we go. Holding shift is what I needed. And Alt to cut the sides in. And again. Now I'll put myself kind of up in the corner, I think. Something like that, maybe. And we'll roll with this for a little bit, and I'll try to frame kind of around that so you guys can see me and I can interact with you guys, but you'll still see the whole rig, all of its glory. Really wish I had an anamorphic lens on this. I don't think I could do that very well for this close focus type work. And then for our actual full-on lighting, I need to get rid of that fill light, and that has kind of darkened everything, but that it looks okay. Looks halfway decent, so cool. Kind of looks like an evening shot for me up in the corner. Alrighty, let's arrange some things. So if I could stand, actually, what if I turn this more like that, and then move this more to there. Oops. Not terrible. I think we could still do better. Why don't we just say that? So crank that way down, and then we'll set this kind of there. How is this looking for you guys? Pretty decent. I think that will work. I'll just close out of that menu. And now you guys get to see everything. And it looks pretty freaking cool. Very nice. Okay, let's get to work. I actually don't remember what I started with last time. I know I had some stand-ins and we never really used any of the cameras, so I may pull up my last shot. And let me just see if I swap cameras now on the preview. So that's pretty good. So yeah, if I come over to the computer, this will be a decent preview, and then we'll rearrange as necessary. I don't have any scenes set up for this, so it'll be manual changes. I think we were probably off the recordings folder last time. And yeah, we have our current recording, and we have this one. Oh, I don't think I copied my local copy last time. That's okay. So yeah, we're getting this all set up. Right, okay, so we did the Camlink 4K. That was very shiny. As to be expected, if it's not like 20 degrees outside, the room gets really warm. So we did the Camlink a bunch. I'd say all the tight shots are done for the Camlink. And then we maybe set up for something else, but that'll be enough to get us started. So, why don't we move on from the Camlink? Let's see, and we'll do our Condor Blue next, which was just a different capture card tool. Which it takes in 4K 30, but outputs 1080 60. But the Elgato 4K can output 4K 30. So different things, different products. I really need some little fixtures, some things to kind of hold these things in place. We are shooting on a mat now. It's like a hot pad for a pan that you might put on a table. Hey, our charging is going really fast. We're at 44%. So, very happy with that. I'm going to BRB. Someone is at the door. Well, I'm back. Somebody was dropping something off. So we need to get some shots here, and I need to figure out a good way of supporting things. I wish I'd kind of remembered this was such a problem to begin with. I could lean this up onto something, but I'm thinking we may run into issues with that. Is there something in here that makes sense for things to lean on? Something unbranded, maybe unrelated. If I had like maybe a roll of tape, maybe that would work. I'm gonna check this battery again. We were at 44, now we're at 47. Good. That should charge up pretty quickly. And it's actually being used. So I'm kind of surprised at the moment what it's capable of. So I'm gonna grab 3 rolls of tape. So we have a variety. I do also have other knickknacks, like ornament type stuff. But I want it to kind of make sense. Like, I don't want someone to see it and just be like, what the heck is that even leaning on? So can that suffice? Okay, let's say we actually just lean it like that. Does that look sensible at all? Why is it so overexposed? It's fine, I can lower the exposure, but... So they have their QR code. Oh yeah, I think our aperture reset, maybe. We set this up to closer to 11. That helps depth of field and everything. Bring that back. That seems to work okay. You do get a bit of a shadow. The shadow's not a big deal, I don't think. I don't feel like it's really the worst thing. This is a very, very tight shot. It's a little bit annoying, but really we're here to get the tight macro shots, so I need to stick to that end, stick to that goal. So if I'm not careful, this actually shakes the product. But it seems like we could lay this on anything and it's gonna work okay. So I may lower the camera so we're not getting this kind of same top-down shot like we have been. And of course, this has seemed to loosen. Good grief. Wish it did have a lock, like our big one. But I can make a do. Really tighten that this time, okay. So I'll just get that out of the way and then I'll lower the camera. Tighten that back up. And we'll see if I can get this back in decent view. That's something. Let's see what we can do now. Why is that loose? Oh, the rigging. That's better though. Yeah, that's way better. So if we assume this is the center, can we check it with an orbit? That does actually stay in focus. So I would say our little hot pad is center. So anything sitting over that center point should stay decently in frame. Let's focus on this now. Call that our focus. And I think we'll just run a sweep from left to right, and we'll try not to bump anything too much. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? I think we'll use this camera for a little bit. Kind of looks halfway decent. So we'll start from this side. Huh. How are we getting a reflection of the fairy lights? Oh, it's on the monitor? The monitor's reflecting. So that's not actually on the camera. What's up, Cade? What you doing here? Oh, we're filming some shiz. I got some videos in the works. That is so funny that my stream setup in the background right through here reflects off the monitor. I keep getting, I'm thinking in like multiple places of where cameras are looking, like from the stream side versus the camera side that's on the rig. And it's confusing the heck out of me. I keep thinking there's things that are wrong, but they aren't. So we're at 120 FPS. So I think we'll just set back here even. I'll enable that and we'll just try to do a smooth sweep past. Looks like it's not shaking, which is great. So that got all the way around. I bumped into it. I always seem to do that. We'll end our recording. But yeah, Cade, we're getting some B-roll shots, some filler shots for things I'm talking about. Was that the old school monitor back there? Yes, it was. It's all laid up with stuff on it. Let me see if you can see that a little bit. Yep. So you can see it, the line scanning as it runs through at 60 Hertz. But yep. My pride and joy. And the retro PC build right underneath it too. Modern case, but looks old. Okay, let's watch that back. You guys should be able to see the preview just fine. It's full screen. Cool. So we'll play that through and I'll try to skip to where we actually start moving. So there we go. So that's full speed. Which is to say it's slow-mo. That may not pick up as smooth for you guys as it is for me. There might be some frame rate desyncing between everything, but it's looking all right. The shot is crushed for you guys. So the blacks, the darker parts of the image are a lot darker for you guys than they actually are on my screen. I'm in a more forgiving color space, we'll call it. So I don't think I need to reshoot for that HDMI port being really, really dark. I think that'll be okay. Oh, I could show you the rig. I'm gonna have a redeem at some point, actually, Cade, for it. So just set that as another screen. Let me prep this for you because I got a little surprise. There it is. Okay. I'll just snag the remote cam. We'll go handheld and I'll toggle through my cameras and you can see a little bit better in the low light. There we go. So yeah, this is NEC Multisync E700 back from 1997, I think is when they were made. And then this is a Silverstone FP01 or FPL01. It's just a modern case, but it's built to look retro. But what I've done is I kept my old DVD drive. So we can open and close it. And I think that'll be a redeem eventually. I might have a camera that's like set up at it. But yeah, it kind of fits in like a floppy drive bay. And the smoke alarms are going off, but that's fine because someone's cooking. They'll mute it in a minute. But let me put you guys back on this. I think stream froze. There we go. So we'll go back to the wide angle lens so we can get all that, and we'll carry on. We've got some more shots to do and to figure out because we've got this product, which, oh, we're off this one, okay. This is the Condor Blue, what do they call it? Live capture card. So it's an HD quality capture card, plugs in over USB-C. You can take in an HDMI input into this and it spits it out on the computer and it looks like a webcam source, which is super handy if you want to get a mirrorless camera or other camera onto your computer and use it like a webcam. And we looked last stream at the Camlink 4K from Elgato, which is the same thing, just a little bit higher quality. It does a 4K output, whereas the Condor Blue is only 1080p. So we've gotten our initial shot. Basically what we're doing right now is getting close-ups, and then we'll go back through after we've changed lenses and we will snag wider shots. But we're using the macro orbit rig, or just the orbit rig, but with a macro lens, because why not? Because too cool not to. So I'm trying to decide if the tape is cool or gross. This is looking like a ballin' shot. It's a little logo. Fuck yes. Let's rock a shot with this one. Just gonna let it go. Okay, end that recording. And we'll play it back for fun. Why not? Oops. Go back. Okay. Play that through for you guys. Yeah. That's looking pretty cool. Gets really overexposed there because we're reflecting a light. But I love all the light transitions, as it's a shiny surface really, so it's kind of reflecting different things. So that's cool. I'd love to get a shot of the braided USB cable. That's kind of their signature deal. So if I can kind of drape this kind of some sort of way. work. I think we need to drop our exposure. Let's call that good. I'd like that to be more centered, because that is moving our focus at the moment. It's looking pretty good though, even though I bumped this camera. So we'll run a shot like this. Why not? So push that one through a little bit faster. Be curious to see how that looks on the playback. Of course, you can see hairs caught in the tape. That's gross. We'll see for the main part if that's actually what shows up. I think that'll work. It maybe doesn't make the most sense to have like an orbit shot for cable, but it looks good. Maybe that's the whole point. Okay, so we've got the USB-C with the logo. We got the other side, HDMI. So I think we're done with the close-ups on that. We tested 5 webcams, I think it was, and a phone. Maybe 4 webcams. Yeah, 4 different webcams and a phone. So we need to get some webcams up here. And I've got the cheapest one right there. And that was an Inland IC800. And it is not anywhere near our lighting. So we'll take all that off, and then we'll hopefully be able to see how dirty it is. I don't actually have a good grasp on that at the moment. So we'll tilt down. Really, we just need the brand. I'll orient this a little bit differently. Macro is tough. Everything's so fiddly. Don't know if I'd have the patience for this all the time. Somewhere around there. We've got 2 colors of light. And we have kind of a blue light to the side and then an orange light opposing that. Get this blue light more in there. So there's that. I'll square off there. Make sure that's what's in frame and sharp. Where's my little model? There we go. Yep. That's good. Then I think we need lift exposure a bunch. So dusty. I don't think that was still dirty, but not so much. So I kind of like that exposure. Let me see how it looks for you guys. It looks dark, that's kind of expected. But we'll run a sweep through here. So get behind, yeah, from behind there, and we'll kind of run a fast sweep. Or not a fast one. What I'm worried about is using this orbit rig all the time is going to get stale. Like it's just going to kind of look like, oh, he's doing another orbit shot. Woo. But it's fun. Definitely fun. That looks dope. Look at that. It's not quite centered, so it kind of moves across the frame. I like it. I like it. I'm wondering, does it stay in focus? It does. It goes to the far side and we catch a little bit of blue on the way out. So let me bump exposure. If that doesn't clip. This is fine. That's fine. So yeah, we'll run another round with this. Really almost need a 360 shot every time just because it looks so cool. Give her a spin. Kind of works out because none of this is quite level. So it actually, this over here, this position is a high point, and then the opposite side is the low point. So it actually tends to slow down through here. So it kind of works out well for me. So let's preview this one. Fast forward a bit. Ooh, good God, that fast forwards a ton. Okay. Just playing it now. So slow. Yeah, that's too slow. But holy, what a shot. I wish I could give you guys a full screen preview of that, but that was damn good. Let's do another and go a lot faster, because that really was too slow. Recording, let it stop bouncing, and we'll go. Okay. And let's check that shot. Fast forward and play. Guess I could, yeah, that's fine. We'll watch it. Much better. That's a good pace. Oh, glorious. Wow. Oh, I love that the background is just absolutely obliterated. Oh, that's great. All right, let's check on our battery. We're up to 65%. Heck yes. This is, yes. Trying to figure out a good way to say your name. We'll call you Santa. Santa Likes F1 on YouTube. Yes, this is a macro orbit. I have a webcam test that I did, so I need to pull some B-roll shots for that. So we've got a 105mm macro lens on, and we're getting the very tight shots, and then we're gonna go back through. Hey, okie dokie, welcome back. You caught me again on some more macro shots. Let me show you our latest, if you didn't quite catch it. Just got this one of our cheapest webcam. Come on now. Now it's moving, okay. I'm kind of obstructing the view, but then again, it's only half a monitor. The export, the video colors are very crushed on your preview, but it's exposed decently. Thank you, thank you. So I think that's really the only close shots I needed. There's other stuff I could look at, but I don't think it's critical. At least not for this tight of a shot. So we'll call that one good. And now we'll look at our next subject, which is another webcam. And I need to try to clean this one. We found from the last one that really got to clean this stuff at these magnifications. Yeah, the bokeh looks nice. With all the lights in the background and everything getting absolutely obliterated. There's like a fingerprint smudge on the lens that I've never been able to clean. It's like maybe there's a protective layer of glass, and it's like separating from the rest. But I think if we put this guy here, kind of centered up, let's see what letting the cable go does, okay? And then get these fingerprint smudges off the top. I've actually had this webcam for years, so it's a little worse for wear. And then we'll get this guy in frame and decide what makes sense. I like the idea of getting like the brand in there once and then getting the lens another time. But I don't want the shots to feel too similar, because we're already doing extremely similar shots. We're just orbiting constantly. So I gotta figure this out. I do like how the lens is not 100% visible. Oh, we're hitting the same cable. Dang it. That's annoying. We're gonna have to wrap that up. How are you, okie dokie? It's good to see you again. Oops. Okay. So we'll put this kind of back. That actually might work. We've got it. Do I want... no, I kind of like that. Looks so dirty. Ooh, that looks good. We'll drop exposure two stops. It might still be clipping, but I think that's within reason. This might be a winner. This is looking really good. Yeah. Let's roll with this. Kind of been dialing in the speed of these orbits. So we'll run this. And then we'll stop it. We'll preview that in a second. But I need a little bit of water. And to blow my nose, which I'll try to mute for. Very good. Okay. Do we still have? Whee! Awesome. Just checking on my lurks. Making sure I've still got my peoples. And hey, he's playing a new game. Awesome. Pop that guy up. Good deal. Back to the preview. All right. Let's watch this one. Oops. This one. Okay. I like the pacing. Oh, for fuck's sake, that looks amazing. Wow. So much better having the textured base. Gives a lot more, I don't know, it's a better feel. So then I'd want to get a shot of Logi. Maybe I can kind of point this up and centered. That could look kind of cool. So it's like capturing, it's like straight up with the light, I guess. Maybe I'll turn this. I'm trying to think what the background would look like. I want to be able to see it. So do we want this background? It's going to come around. This will be, you'll be able to read it probably in here. And then it'll be experiencing it through there. Do we want, we might want to be a little bit taller. I was hoping to get some more background, but for this shot, I don't think it makes as much sense. So that's better. Yeah, I think it just looks good. Positioning, if we want this to have more teal, do we go there, or do we catch it? We catch it all the way back here, really. So it'd be kind of cool to have a highlight peak, a light peak as we go over. So that's pretty well in focus. Thank goodness for being able to set the depth of field a little bit deeper. Hey, that's not too bad. Yeah, let's do a full 360 on this one. I think it really makes sense to. So we'll way over here, get a recording going, and start it. Cool. It's looking real good. All right. Don't let it spin too much. It's winding my cable up. Let's watch this one back. It'll take a minute for it to get started because it, you know, a second is 4 seconds. There we go. Oh, cool. So we got 2 highlight peaks.
Yes, that worked out great. All right, good, another one. Let me check the phone. 31%, we need to plug that bad boy in. And do I see any solutions right here? Let me check my cables. I've got an A to C. Just the right length. So we'll plug this in, we'll make sure it charges. Oh, that's micro. Idiot. Okay, I think I have one actually back here. Buried under sandbags. Too short. And that one might work. Very good. Plug this in. This is a charging cable for my Rode Wireless Go. Ooh. Yeah, I think it's just long enough. Yep. It's at least plugged in. Cool. Check the other phone. Yes. Thank you. Whew. That looks amazing. Dinner has arrived. Potatoes with mushrooms, Brussels sprouts, and chicken sausage. Let that cool down a little bit. That's a good spot over there. Okay. Well, we got that shot. And I think that's all we need for that one. Now we're starting to get into the big boys. So we've got our OBSBot Tiny 2. I'll come back here and clean it up. Better. Oh, this one's gonna be cool as fuck. I can see it. My goodness. Okay. So we'll start figuring out how we want to orient this. Thinking we tilt it back slightly. How does this look on the logo? Not quite the same to my eyes, but I guess that's to be expected. There you go. Okay. Oh, what? The hell? Oh, the pan tilt zoom function moved. It shook slightly. It's like I didn't touch it. think we need to center this better. Like that. Refocus. Right in there. I love it. I love the two-tone lighting. I dislike all the dust and that I keep bumping into things. Okay, and then I think this really calls for a very centered shot, so we're gonna try to, well, that is very much in the way. Loosen that and turn to center that. Reasonable. And we'll check exposure. If you go up a stop, I think. That looks quite good. That looks very good. All right, we'll bring this all the way back here. Run a pass. Very cool. And maybe we snag another pass. If I turn this to that side, do we get a blue reflection instead with the contrasting? Yes, we do. That looks pretty good. And then we'll move this frame about there. That looks pretty good too. We'll snag a shot of that. Why not? Got a really good spin there, nice and quick. Let's play that one back. Ooh, that looks buttery. I like it. It's kind of in the mid-tones or like the muted part of it, but it's such a good looking. Ooh, that reflection off the blue. God, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, we need to snag some shots, at least of the camera part, which will be a challenge. Oh, it's delicious. My goodness. With the gravy. All right, so we're just laying it down now. We've got the stand off. And I like the really low angle here. Doesn't quite make sense. That kind of works. Okay. That's not too bad. Ooh. Ooh, pretty. Pretty. Oh, that's good. I think I like that. Let's roll with that. Swing. Okay. What am I eating? Gravy something? It is potatoes, Brussels sprouts, mushrooms, and basil chicken sausage with the gravy, the brown gravy. Absolutely delicious. All right, let's get a playback on this. We'll go back. Okay. Oh my God. So much better than I expected. And so much dirtier than I expected. Some crisp looking 1080p though. That one bit of dust in the back is killing me. Okay, I think we need a redo. No! Why can't I get that? Okay, we got it off. And I think that angle works. And then I'll check the speed again. Was that? Yeah, that was a good speed. It felt really fast, of course, but seems decent. All right. Good deal. Let's play that one back. Oops. Still dirty. At least that giant piece of dust isn't there. Oh, that looks so good. So dusty, but so good. Ooh. I love it. The spinning cat emoji is beautiful. That's perfect. Okay. So that's the OBSBot, and I don't know. I guess we could get the, okay, yeah, we could get the base. The base has a 4-pin connector for their accessories. So that's definitely worth talking about. Do I want to catch it on the blue side like we did earlier? Well, we definitely want to flip it so it's legible. I don't like that. I don't think that makes sense. I think if I prop it up and get it more in context, it will make more sense. There. Now you can tell it's the actual bottom of the product. Even with having all these lights at a pretty low output, it's still warming up in this room. It's annoying. I don't know what I'm going to do in the summertime. Probably just die. Exposure looks pretty decent, really. I think that's just how much light we've got. Yeah, I think that'll work. That's centered up nicely, so we'll get this one ready for a spin. Spin me round, round, right round. I like seeing nom on tech products. Nom, 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 nom. That's a very slow spin. We're gonna spin this back faster. And then we could always play that back in reverse. That might be the way to do it, is a fast spin and a slow spin, or vice versa, on the same clip, and then you can just split reverse one if you need to. Yeah, that plays so slowly. Looks good though. And I think the serial number is obscured. I don't know if I don't know if it makes sense to show the serial number in a video or not. But yeah, you could pick a section that looks good. That's a good little demo right there. Ooh, and then we go blue or teal. Nice. All right, that worked out. And then I guess the USB-C port might be worth mentioning, getting a shot of. It is also dirty as hell. We could get a shot though when it's down low. Bring the top white over just a touch. I do like the back of this. I think it has that kind of swirly. That looks nice. Ooh, maybe we do need a shot of that. Okay. Drop our well, what does it look like if we do intentionally overexpose? Clipping there, I think. A lot more room than I thought. Pretty. I think we just snag a shot of this. Don't know if we'll use it, but it looks cool. Let's do it fast. Bring it back with the slower one. There we go around. And in that. Okay. Now we'll get the USB. Maybe we'll put this back on its base. And we'll pick it up slightly. This might be a little bit challenging. Maybe we'll just slide it to counterbalance. That's actually not terrible. Don't actually love the lighting here. We'll put it in focus at least. I could work. Yeah, we'll try it. All right, we'll do a fast. Maybe we'll call that one the slow one. We'll do fast on the way back. Okay, I think that's the op spot done. So we'll pack it away. Now we'll get out the Elgato. How freaking dirty is this one? Pretty dirty. But it looks really good. Wow. I think we started with this because I know I was demoing some shots on it. That's a very cool shot. We may arrange temporarily something different here because I really want to get this lower. I guess I could move the whole rig. That might be the move because that won't affect anything else. And that's actually pulling the cable there, so we'll center you up. That's one unfortunate thing, is this height adjustment mechanism kind of sucks. Okay, we'll slide this down. Boop. Right about there. Unlock that. And let's see if we play with this light. Definitely need somewhere in there. Oh fuck, that looks cool as shit. Wow. Yeah, if you get something out of center, you can really play with how it handles focus. I think I want this lower still. Ah, the screen you see moved. Yeah, it did. I slid it so I could move the rig down. Let me see what I can do to actually get this working. I'll temporarily halt that part. We're not losing battery on that camera, but we are definitely not gaining much. That's charged up enough. So we'll swap these. There we go. And then with this out of the way, I'll be able to adjust the camera. Which I want to remove the base of. So we'll pull that off. Swap views for you guys. There we go. Now you can see a little bit better. Have you gotten to do anything with your new Nikon ZR? Okie dokie. There, okay. There's that. Get the phone mount back. Wait. Oh, I'm a silly butt. I could have just flipped it around because I just mounted it differently and then put it right back on the same way it was. Oh, it's back ordered. Well, that sucks because now they just have your money and they're probably investing it in Bitcoin while you're waiting. They're probably making a crap ton of money off all that money you loan them. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I want the, I guess my dream camera right now is the Blackmagic Pixis 12K. And people are finally starting to get their cameras after all the back ordering. And there's some unfortunate issues, it seems, with them at the moment. Not that I'm planning to buy one, not that I should ever really anticipate affording one, but it's fun to dream, I guess. Okay, let's restart. So we're not just a black background anymore. A little bit different perspective now. Maybe we bring this back in. I don't know, I kind of thought this would be more in screen. Is this, maybe this is the, nope, that wasn't. Okay. This should work. Let's flip you all the way around. Nope. All the way under. And to the side. Oops. Like that. Okay, and then everything's running into everything. That's there. We'll turn this a little more. Doesn't quite work. Thanks, Anberlin. Thanks for the comment on the lights. I appreciate that. They've been a slow improvement. Yeah. Dream camera being a red V-Raptor 10 or I guess X or XE. Yeah, we shouldn't take loans out on hobbies. Totally understand. So you guys are seeing, yeah, I think you guys are seeing enough there. I think that kind of works. It kind of covers some stuff up, but it'll be okay. Don't want to owe people money. I understand. Okay, let me double check focus. Okay. And exposure, I mean, it looks okay on the screen. I guess it could always go up. That's gotta be overexposed out there. fun little light flare in the background. That's cool as fuck. Well, I guess I'll use my preview. Oh no, this will work. Bring that down into the realm of sanity. Okay. We are actually dragging a cable now. Let me see how this phone's doing. Nah, it's charging up a little bit. We'll leave that there. All right, let's do a fast pass. And then let's come back with a slow pass. I could have gone the same direction. That's okay. And in that. Playback. We'll see what we got. Ooh. I wish it would, when it fast forwarded, it was more reasonable. Pretty cool. I think going slower makes sense on this one. And maybe even coming from this side. Yeah. Oh yeah, coming from this side is way better. Yeah, nice. Okay. I think we need a brand shot. Some kind of boring lighting all the way over there. I like it with the blue more. What'd I drop? Ah. Guess if we don't need that, I'll get this out of the way. Nice. RIP Fast Pass, yes. Didn't look so good. Okay. That looks decent. That may actually work. Let's run a pass here. Very slow. It's even stopping. What the heck? Okay. I really should go through and delete the takes that don't go very well. Because having to preview all this stuff later is going to take forever. We'll call this center. Focus is Dusty. Oh well, I tried. Yeah, that's way better. Okay. Not much of a light change, but it's halfway decent. All right, let's run this. And go through a little faster. And then I think we'll even come back. I know you could reverse it, but why not? Okay. Let's play that. I like that it's centered around the logo. effect. So slow. So going around again. It's a little better. I almost think the shot from the other way is going to be best. Yeah, 100%. Don't know why it's working out that way every time, but it is much better. Is that a big TV? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That is my my monitor. One of them for the whole stream setup. Something to preview on. I can put a lot of windows up on it and still be able to read everything. And then my anticipation is this room will be a project room. So if I don't want to have chat with me on my phone, having it on a bigger screen over there is good. And then if I mount the cameras on this side of the room, it'll kind of look natural because I'll look back towards the camera every time. Yeah, you can see the whole timeline. That's a good idea. I've got a one of those really wide monitors, so my timeline, you can see a lot of timeline on that thing. Okay. Let's go for the port. Might move my light. How the frick is that still dirty? Oh, it scratches. So, something in there. If we had our light up, it doesn't change much really. So then, how much are we actually seeing on the camera? That actually looks dope. Yes. Yes. That looks awesome. Okay. Good. Run this. And as ever, we'll run it backwards. Run it again a little bit slower. And we'll call that good. Thank goodness this is all 1080p because the file sizes on 4K at this frame rate would be pretty big. Interesting. Okay. So you're thinking like the mini edit panel from Blackmagic or something from Logitech. I'm not aware of any Logitech products. There's that other brand. I've been getting a lot of marketing from them. And you can tell I don't care because I can't remember the frickin' name. Search just the edit panel and then go to shopping and see if Google pushes it. Probably won't push it because this is the wrong Google account. So it doesn't have all the metadata to know I've seen that. Yeah, I have no idea what the name is. You got the MX Creative Console as an option. I would absolutely trust a Logitech product to work well. That looks good. Let me go and actually look that up on a website I give a fuck about. Not too expensive. Oh, it comes with programmable keys. Are those like display keys? Oh, I'm the tiniest little thing on your screen. Do you use Adobe products? Do you edit in Premiere? Or are you no, you said, okay, Adobe, I'm sorry. I edit in Resolve. I used to have Premiere Pro for 2 years, and I wish I had just gotten DaVinci, because I could have bought a second copy of DaVinci at that point and still be ahead. But never got Photoshop. I've always had alternatives, so it was easy for me to jump off the wagon. So it's basically one of those super high resolution scroll wheels with a couple custom functions, and then you also get the little panel that looks like it has maybe display behind the keys, and you can customize the buttons with LCD screens. Awesome. Okay, and it's wireless for the dial pad. I might look into this. This looks like a reasonable product. So I've looked at the DaVinci Resolve Replay Editor. I don't know that I've looked at that specifically. Oh, god damn. You want the big one. Not that that's the biggest. You wouldn't want the, not good when it has a one review that's 1 star. On, oh, it just says it's not working on Windows computers. That they could be using it wrong. That's not a comment on the product as much as they really want it to be. This would give you a lot more options, but not as customizable, so you'd have to learn it. Does it attach to Premiere Pro very well? Like, are you going to be able to use every key? Is it going to just prevent you from using every key? I don't know if I'd mix and match. Speed editor with... Oh, you meant the speed editor. Okay, I was going to say the speed editor was the one I've looked at, and that one's pretty slick looking. Also very expensive though, really. I wonder if the price has gone up. I thought this was cheaper. So I've looked at the mini color panel. Not the big one, dear God. Not the $2,500 one. We'll take out mini. For some reason that may have, yeah, it did. The micro color panel. You'd switch to DaVinci if you got that. You'd switch software too. I recommend it. You can't start too soon because it's a one-time purchase, and it's just always going to save you money. I don't know if you have the Adobe Suite, but if you do, you're paying $70 a month, and 3.5 months of that, and you could buy software that has been updated for free for the last like 15 years. Even if they stop doing that now, there's 15 years of development built into your price, your one-time purchase at that point. They still haven't gone month to month or anything like that. And it includes, yes, also B&H. Yeah, we've talked about B&H. If you buy it from B&H, a lot of times, because they're a authorized dealer, you can get a studio license for DaVinci Resolve. So I've looked at the color panel, potentially getting that, or the mini editing panel, and that would give me a spare license. That is true. That is true. On that specific product, it says that. On this micro color panel, it doesn't say that. So maybe low volume products, they don't want to risk returns or whatever, which is understandable. Also, check used, check eBay. No, you wouldn't get your copy, but it might be cheaper, and you can try it out, and if you don't like it. But yeah, if you're trying to jump ship with Adobe and get onto the Resolve train, yeah, buying one of these could be a good deal. You can get your software license for free. Yeah, I really want the micro color panel because you'd get your shadows, midtones, and highlights on the outer rings around the trackballs, and then you could color grade with the trackballs themselves, and then you might be able to use them other places. But there's for color work, that seems like an absolute game changer where you can almost feel there's so much better feedback in my mind if I can just look at the screen and I can physically move something like a similar amount. Like I'm used to moving exposure this much for a stop or something like that. So you're just like, I don't know, kind of moving around and dialing things really quickly. You're not having to move a mouse, look at the different part of the screen, you know, click on the exact right spot, click and hold, drag, you went too far, now back. So yeah, I've looked at the micro color panel. I think they've gotten more expensive though. I don't know if they're having, I don't think tariffs, unless it's made in China, but it's an American company. I don't know. Maybe tariffs are hitting them, or maybe I saw sales last time. But yeah, I've looked at the mini edit panel. That looks cool. I have heard it is best in the rough cut, but doesn't work as well in the editing page on Resolve, but you can still use the wheel. And then there's the other buttons, but you can't customize the buttons as much, I don't think, or at least they say something different, but so would a regular keyboard. So I've heard people they'll just get like a second keyboard, a cheap one, and then they'll make little labels and tape them over keys, and they'll make kind of their own custom solutions. So you could potentially do that if the Logitech wheel was really good and smooth. You could do that, and a regular keyboard if you want all the hotkeys, or just, you know, assign extra keys, customize your keyboard. But you're also not paying $70 to $80 per month for Adobe. You're almost half off, if not more. Very good. Yeah, there's a streamer I follow who's making it full-time streaming, but he's scraping by, so he's able to talk to them whenever they try to jack the price, and they kind of, oh yeah, Blackmagic is from Australia. Duh. I should have remembered that. But very cool. All right, checking on my lurky lurks. I think yeah, they're still going. Do I need anybody else on here? Don't think so. Leave that one. Cool. You're picking back. Oh, brilliant. I did that too, actually. So I had my own account, canceled it, tried to cancel it. Adobe offered me a couple months for free, so I did that. Then I fully canceled it, Didn't have an editor for a while. And then I got to piggyback off my friends, but you know, you can't use it at the same time as them. Logins got weird. I had to ask for logins, stuff like that. It sucked. So I eventually, I think I eventually got the free version of Resolve, saw how freaking powerful it is, which I'd recommend. Get the free version, see how far you can get. You can get probably 80-90% of the way through an edit, even like some fancy shit. And then, yeah. And you don't need H.265 exports, just do H.264 if you're uploading to YouTube. It prefers it anyway. But yeah, I always recommend Resolve. Get started as soon as you can. It's really well supported. Every time they update, like there's a major update, they just they email you like this. Basically, it's a book that's a write-up on how all the new software works, all the changes and everything. It's pretty cool. This shot turned out nice. I like it. I like it. I could move the light and use the reverse, and that would look the best, I think, but I think that'll work. It's free real estate. What's up, Bongscopy? How are you? Welcome in. As I duck off the camera. I'm not hiding, I'm checking the battery percentage. You're assuming the interface is okay since I'm used to Premiere. Yeah, you can set up the controls to match Premiere. That's what I did when I first got in. I had S as clip split, so I was working from like WASD more. So I was really used to that, and I stuck to that for a while, and then I realized, hang on, maybe they're smart and they have their own things, and they do. So I use Adobe's Resolve's default now, which is on the right side of the keyboard, and it's L, colon, and apostrophe. It's like WASD, but on the other end. And it's a lot nicer once you get used to it. Basically, L, colon, and apostrophe, I need to figure out what all those symbols are, are backwards, stop, and play forward. So that's where I hit clips. And then above it, for open bracket, close bracket, and the backslash buttons, I've set those to be trim edit functions. So I can play to a spot or scrub to a spot, like, okay, I want the clip to start here. I press open bracket, it ripple deletes and puts the start of the clip there. Watch for a bit, hit backslash to split clip, and then I find my new start. You could set that up in Premiere too, but it works really, really well. Having all those things right there, and then you've got I and O are in and out points for like your loop, your little mini timeline thing, where you can like loop back through. That's some good functions. P is a preview, like full screen preview. Actually, it might be JKL. Yeah, sorry, it's JKL are the reverse play, pause, and forward play. It's the default, but it works well. And then the semicolon and colon, those are jump to clip start or jump to clip end, but I usually use the arrow keys up and down for that. I'm good, Bong, I'm good. A little bit under the weather today. I had a long end to my week at work, and a long week, but I don't know if it got me sick staying up late, but I'm hanging in there. Have you gone on your trip yet? Are you back from that? I haven't seen you for a while, and I think I had heard you said it was coming up. Okay. So let's see. I don't know if we need any other shots. Could get the logo on the top. It's dirty though. Do we want that? The dust doesn't look so bad in the teal light. So that's something. Okay. Oh, damn. That's just how it's cut out or something. Oh, that sucks. Dang it. So it got canceled. Yeah. Was it... What I hope is it was something like you kind of caught it ahead of time and you knew it just wouldn't work. So now you're able to reschedule, and it wasn't like you had already paid for plane tickets that you couldn't cancel and you like showed up in the airport or got to fly there and then it got rejected or something. Like, hopefully it was the best scenario out of that. But at least you're on your own little holiday right now. That's good. That's very good. You need a break. Do I think the speed editor is / would be intuitive? I don't want to dump money on something if I'm frustrated with it. Of course, you'll learn it with time. Also edit on the go too. I think it would be, especially the mini editor, because there's so much less to learn. But I'm sure you can find some reviews from people that have actually used it and get an idea of how much of it they use and how quickly it was to use or get used to. There's some people I've seen where they have the speed editor and they like it for really big projects, but they won't touch it for small projects because they feel like it actually slows them down versus mouse and keyboard. And that's kind of annoying. You'd think it would be always the best option. So it might be worth looking at that. I would say for sure you don't need it. It's not going to be the end all be all. Do they edit at 90 miles an hour? I have no idea. If you haven't optimized your keyboard editing, I'd look at that first. I had to do that. I used to press the default key, which I think was Control-Shift open bracket for that ripple, delete, move clip to playhead or move clips together kind of deal. Now I've combined that just to one key. So that's a lot easier, a lot quicker. Even optimizing your mental flow on an edit can help. So plane tickets got refunded. Good. You and the Jeff Meister are planning another Japan trip for end of 26. Good. Oh, and he's coming to South Africa, February, March. Okay, cool. Good deal. That's exciting. Very exciting. Good to have things planned out. I don't think we have much of anything planned at the moment, but we've talked about a little trip in March potentially. Out west. Blow my nose here. There we go. That's exciting about your trip. Currently used and customize the buttons with gestures on your Logitech MX Master 3 side buttons. Scroll, very helpful timeline. Side thumb scroll. Oh yeah, that would be handy. Yeah, neat. Yeah, if you feel like you've exceeded what you can do with mouse and keyboard and want some actual hotkeys for everything. I guess the only problem with it is it's not customizable. Like the keys, the way they're labeled. And I don't think that Logitech one would necessarily... It looked like it was set up to launch apps and mute or unmute. But I guess you could set it up as other keys and then tie those back. I think I've seen people use like a Stream Deck, which is basically the big version of that Logitech customizable panel. And they've set up some custom edit keys and stuff like that, and that's kind of cool. Unfortunately, almost every option's like a couple $100, which gets annoying. You think about using a Stream Deck for a while. Yeah, I probably said Steam Deck. I meant Stream Deck. There we go. Really doesn't catch the light there. It does there. But when I think when we're flat on, we want to have it lit. Which would not be there. What would that be? Let's move this. Oh yeah, that's always going to be that way. Silly butt. Oh well. Center that. Ooh. Looks kind of snazzy. Swap back. Doo-doo. I mean, maybe you can edit on a Steam Deck. Yeah, there might be a way. Ooh. Yeah, Japan sounds like a really cool place to go. Very, very different from Western culture. And that should be cherished. What the heck? This little ball head, or not ball head, but the fluid head really annoys me sometimes. Here we go. Okay. Yeah. That'll work. Hey, that's not bad there either. Okay. Run this. Oh, I have the brake on. Damn it. Let's take that off. Go back and start. And we'll do a reverse. And let's do a little bit slower. Cool. Yeah, I wonder if these shots, if they fade to black on each end, you really could fade to black and then just loop stuff. That would be pretty cool. Let's watch that one back. Hey, nice. It stopped. Hey, if I... No, that doesn't work. If I pause it though. No, that doesn't work. Okay, if I fast forward. I wish the fast forward wasn't jumping quite so much on the S5 IIX. That would be a lot easier to handle. Yeah, we saw that. Okay, faster now. That'll work. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Oh yeah, you could mask the edge of that, blend it and feather it right into another clip because it's all out of focus. That would work great. Maybe we do get a shot of the top here. And we'll lift the camera up. Get it all straightened out. Watch some reviews on this product now. Yep, I'd recommend it. Best way to go. Actually really excited for Japan. Helix you're supposed to with keeps calling me and showing me around. Oh, so he still got to go. Aw. Well, that's good that he's showing you around. Yeah, I guess he wouldn't cancel. Yeah, why would he cancel if you're not gonna go? That's nice that he's showing you around. And maybe he'll, if you end up going at the end of 26, then he'll know all the good spots. Now he'll walk around like he's a local, speaking Japanese, asking for ramen. Where did my little duster go? What have I done with the duster? Oh, I see it now. It's so dark in this room. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think exposure's decent. I don't think it's centered though. Okay. Let's focus on the 2160. Very much a headline feature. I still don't like that. That is off slightly, so we'll drag this there. Ooh, I like this shot. Really liking this. A little bit farther back. Okay. Yeah, this was worth it. This was worth it. This is a cool one. And record. And end. Watch this one back. He's adorable. He's specifically looking for good spots because he said, and I quote, "I want to take the shawty to all the romantic places." Nice. That is a good ass shot. Fuck yes. Yeah. Yep. You guys aren't able to see the perfection that that shot was, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, that is all 4 webcams. Not yet my phone. How do I want to incorporate that? I'm gonna check my other Droid cam here. So we'll go back to the weird, awkward corner head shot. So open this one, which will connect, but I think it's disabled on OBS. And Unless it's the same port. Hello? Maybe that's how that works. Or maybe because it's disabled. I'll enable it and it'll be a layer under. There it goes. That's still running and you can still see that. Okay, so it's just this. So now I have Droid Cam up on this phone as well. And I'm hoping to cycle through the cameras. But it doesn't want to give me each camera because there's 3 on the front and it's just grabbing the standard one. Might need to look into that. It'd be really nice to get all these cameras. Okay. And get a wide angle as well to use. But we'll go back to settings, camera. I don't see an option here. Okay. Bummer. Oh yeah, there's only 2 cameras to pick from. Straight up. That's my cat, by the way. She's good. She's got her perpetual upset tummy. But we've got her back on dry food because she seems to manage that better. She's having trouble with wet food. But she's doing pretty good. Okay, so we've got that. I need to get my phone in frame. So we'll do that. We need to get the shot. And I guess it should really be the phone we actually used. So what we're gonna do is we'll take that out. We're gonna disable that Droid Cam, but we'll enable the other one. And we'll disable its audio. Whoop. There we go. Why does that feel so wrong? What in the heck? It's not pointing the right way. Okay. Oh, and this one's gonna focus. So that's a major bummer. I want you to focus over there. Why? Hello. Maybe the reverse cam's wider. It's upside down. What's up, Han? Lark, getting sweaty? All right, maybe I'll catch you up in a bit. Oh boy, you guys are super upside down. And why is it? Oh, I changed the camera back. I flipped it over. That is wider. What? See you in a bit, okie dokie. Why is that? How have we managed? Yeah, I'm so confused. All I want was it Stranger Things. All I want is to get the wide angle lens on this, and I somehow. Ooh, wow. Very zoomed in. Oh, is that how it works then? Is this wide? No. There's no way. Oh, it's saying it's 0.5 though. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I'm figuring out things here that I was unaware of. So then 1x would be the normal cam. Is that how we're doing it? Or is it all off the wide? That still doesn't... Let me actually get my real camera. Hit. That would be... Oh, so maybe it is actually the wide angle, but it's cropped in slightly for the video. I think that's possible. Because it looked like it swapped cameras zooming out earlier. So this may work. This may work after all. Okay, yeah. That's reasonable. You guys can see both of what's going on. And now I can put the other phone into frame. I don't think I'll take the case off. And I think we'll put it on a stand. The stand is dirty. What the heck? Okay. Loud clangs. Now I need to clean this freaking screen. Is that working? Hardly. Nah, I touched it. Dang it. Okay. I think... Ooh. Ooh, pretty. Okay. Actually, what if we did just leave that? Dang. Why is that so freaking... It's what I get for using a really tight macro lens. Lots of magnification, but lots of headaches. But we are getting the tight shots, so be it. That is going to be hard for you guys to see. So we're going to rearrange this. Okay. Kind of see that. Looks fucking amazing. God damn. I'd say we need to slide this. Oh, we are getting a little desync flicker. I think that's pretty good. Where does that put us? That doesn't really center us. So I think we actually need, okay. Reorient that to about there. And then you're gonna line up there-ish. And we want you off to the right. And you'll center, leave on left, tilt you down, yes, and I think we need to pull forward to center and then swing through. Yes, okay. So that's what we were missing. Now we can refocus. Catch the edge there. But that's out of focus. Way, 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 way out of focus. What the hell? What do we got here? Should be able to center this. And I'm having trouble. Should be like there to center it. Hey, Karoku raid. I was all turned around. That is free real estate. Yeah, Bongskapi, he's been clipping his free real estate, posting on YouTube. He needs to be sending you like all the royalties on that. Welcome in, everybody. We are doing some macro orbit shots on this rig here. If I can get this all figured out. Whoops, wrong button. Welcome in, Waffles and Karoku. Thank you guys for coming through on the raid. So this is the setup. Karoku, I don't know if you've seen this actually. I might have posted it on your Discord, but so this is a turntable. Rides on a ball bearing, very, very smooth. And you just place whatever you want in the middle and it goes around. But what we're doing today is we've got a macro shot, which you guys can catch in the bottom right of the screen, just barely. I will move myself. Move myself down here. Did Kroger even hydrate when you redeemed it? I don't know. I've been lurking on his stream for all day pretty much. But there you guys go. Now you can see the preview on the screen. So that's the shot we're getting of this phone. So it's slightly out of focus. We'll get that nailed down. And we have been trying to get it centered so it doesn't move from frame, one end of the frame to the other. But yes, that is what we're doing currently. I don't know what else we'll get into. I do have ideas and things I could work on, but for now, this is the last shot that I really need to get out of this sequence. And then we'll either swap lenses and get more shots, or we may see if we want to move to something different. I would love to get back on the laser engraver and do some projects on there. But we'll check in with it in a little bit here. How was stream, Karoku? I saw you got a little bit of support, it looked like, so you're able to run a little bit longer, which was good. Let me drop my tab, my lurky tab. Good deal. Good deal. I appreciate the raid. All right, we're gonna try to focus, refocus, and see if we can't figure out how the heck to center this up. So that should be focused on the lens. That's consistent. And we lose it here. Focus is closer by a lot. So I should be able to slide this into focus in this direction. Too much. Let's come back there. And then we'll come back. That should stay in focus, but now it's out of place. This is so confusing working on all these different planes. It may just be tilted too much. So let me tilt that down. We'll frame off here and then reset. Redeem highlight message, hydrate. Well, if that's for me, I'll drink. I don't want to, but I will. Oh man. Bongoscopy's getting called out. Okay, I guess we could stay out of focus on this part. We'll prioritize kind of the hero shot here, I guess. When we kind of land center frame. There. And then that will swing through, and what does it do? We get a light filament in the background. We get that light. Hey, that looks cool. Let's roll with it. We'll run a shot here. Well, I think we might want all the fairy lights back there too. That was a little slow. We'll bring it all the way around, run another pass a little bit quicker. And then in typical fashion, we'll run it the other way. We could reverse the clip, but maybe we'll catch it and it'll work out all right. Okay, so that's what we're working with, guys. And we give you a preview of what we just got. Just checking to see how much of that you guys can actually see. Yeah, you guys can see it. So that's in focus on my screen. It's slightly out of focus for you guys because it's actually a nicer phone camera, so it kind of focuses more. It's more out of focus, so. But that's the pace that this will play back at. We recorded that at 120 frames a second, playing back at 30, so it should be a 4x slower preview. Yeah. Ooh. Dazzle, dazzle. Love that. That's looking good. I wonder, I should probably get the front-facing camera. And I think to do that, we really need to hit it with some light. So we're gonna point that down. Oh, that makes sense with the install being too large. They don't even download it before the campaign ends. No big games. That makes sense, dude. Yeah, I haven't touched it myself. I think I'm out on this one. I'll see if inspiration strikes another one. The last one was really good. Happened to hit me when I was looking for something. But have not been interested since. So why is that? Is that just not centered? I really would like that to be centered right there. So we'll slide this. I would like more light. Position that. That looks a lot better. Okay. So let's refocus here. Never thought I'd say this, but I might need a tighter macro lens. I can just get closer than what I'm doing currently for this shot. Or do a static shot. That little bitty camera. Okay, I think that makes sense to run. So let's record this. Take it all the way around. A little faster. And end that. Play it back. And we'll see how this looks. Of course the TV, is that the TV or maybe the CRT? Yeah, it's the CRT that's flashing. It's kind of funny. Really, really cool. Oh, I love this. Yeah, that'll work. I'll leave the dust. I can't handle the dust. Oh, that's cool though. That's a good one. That came out well. It's my free real estate now. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. You can't be stealing somebody's original idea. Well, Kuroko, if you need to raid and run, feel free. I know it's extremely late for you. Almost 1 a.m. So it is KG bedtime for sure. So absolutely feel free. I think since you have brought me so many lurkers, we're gonna change gears here and maybe mess with the laser engraver, because that's kind of what's exciting to me at the moment. So that's going to be quite a shift. So I think we might take a short break and then we will come back and get set up with the next part. Yes, lasers. Let me, I guess the only camera I have is this one. So we'll call this part of the project concluded. And now we will try to set this camera up. Hello. We'll get some more light turned up. We don't need the moody. Laser us, laser us. I could do that. Everybody send me a photo. I'll edit you guys together and we'll laser everybody. So this is the engraver. I guess we don't need our little picture-in-picture at the moment. Looks weird on the wide angle. But yeah, that is the engraver. This is a 5-watt UV Galvo laser. Basically, there's a laser source in here that spits out the light to a Galvo system, which is Galvo motors, which are really high precision motors, and then 2 mirrors mounted at 45 degrees to each other. and then it moves the mirrors and it reflects the beam to whichever direction you want. And then there's a lens. I think it's might be called a rectilinear lens. Don't quote me on that. And the lens projects the laser dot, focuses it, but it also keeps it in focus across the surface, because the surface is like a longer distance to the edges and stuff like that. So I will turn my e-stop and we'll turn it on, which is noisy. And I might move a few things around, and then I will leave for a little bit and we'll come back and we'll do some laser testing, laser projects. I will need to set up ventilation as well, but I'll be able to get off the lav mic and use the other one as well. So this is one thing I made recently when I first was getting this set up. That's just a little landscape scene. Some hills and shrubbery. But that's maybe not the highest resolution that this laser can do, but this is a very high resolution laser. So there's some different stuff I want to be able to do with it. Maybe we'll make some name tags for fun, like Christmas name tags. I think that might be relevant with this black cardstock. We'll etch it, treat it like a photo, and then cut it out. So, yep, we're gonna take a short break, and then when I get back, we will set that up, and I appreciate you guys bearing with me. Okay, we're back. We'll get set up. I think I'll actually turn the laser off for the moment. See ya, KG. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate the raid as well. Alrighty, let's... I think we will turn that off and reset this guy. Boop. And we can turn that off. There we go. How long did the... Man, that didn't go for very long at all. Hourglass my ass. Okay, so we're gonna move that camera to there, I think. And then I'd almost like to have a camera. Well, why don't we could look at it. 1 second. Thank you. I turned it off. All right, we have some hot cocoa. It's gonna be good. Ah, yes. That's the stuff. Okay, I want to check, because somehow we've gotten into track mode on our other camera. Why? Why does it do this to me? Console AI mode. Let's bring it down. Which? Oh, we're still on the droid cam. Duh. So pull this up and reset our transform. Here we go. Lighting is not terrible. Turn off track mode. And I wanted to see if it makes sense to get this pointed. Actually, I don't really want to point this one at the laser. So I think we'll point it this way a little bit. And we'll make do. Make do with that. And we might just grab a semi-sacrificial webcam to use as kind of a close cam for the engraver. Although, I guess we could risk that one maybe. Guess I'm not big on it. There we go. Why wouldn't that turn on right away? Look at it. It's working. Okay. Now we have a laser cam that we can set up over here, and you guys will be able to get a view of what's actually going on. I've got so much stuff on this little desk at the moment. Okay. That is somewhat reasonable. Then I think we will just crop this a little bit. Something like that. Okay, now we got something to work with. Let's swap cams. We'll just reset it. And we'll bring this way down. Okay, we've got to set up ventilation. That's one of the more important things with laser engravers. And I guess the great thing is now I have shelves in here on wheels, and we can do this the right way. Might throw a little blue light down here. It's kind of cool. Yeah, so I've got wheels on these shelves now, so I can actually just wheel this away. Hopefully, if it doesn't get stuck like it does there. And then, got that, okay. And now hopefully I can kind of get around this somehow. And set the rest of this up. Note to self, keeping things under the shelf doesn't help with this process. Oh man. Okay, there's some progress. Now, bring the shelf back. And I have to make room. I guess I'll do a little bit of fan service here. Set this back at the other laser. Makes good sense there. Eventually, I swear I will organize all the rest of this. And we will actually have a proper setup. The glasses as well. I do eventually plan to laser etch some glassware. That's what I'm moving right now. But that's going to take a lot more fine tuning than what I think I can achieve on stream today. But this is just the other end of the vent. And I should be able to slide this into the window. Without too much difficulty. Not that I've done this before, but not with the shelf here. So it's not going very well, as you might be able to tell. I think the shelf is slightly too tall, but we're gonna go with it. Set it like that. Ah! First try. All right, and since it's going to get warm in here and loud, I'm not worried about fan noise, so we're just gonna crank crank on the fan. And now we have ventilation. We will need our glasses. Always have to wear laser goggles or glasses when working with exposed lasers. There is no option. You must. It is the only way. So I'm going to be looking very cool for the next while here. But before we turn the laser on, let me actually turn off what we had going on back here. So that'll be the camera. I'm going to steal the SSD back. We could potentially look at footage off there today. That might be kind of cool. And I will unplug our battery, which is holding a decent charge, but I think I'll bring it back to charge some more. And so many things on the table. But at least one of them's hot cocoa. So yeah, we will plug in our V-mount battery, get it charging up. I am curious to compare what its charge voltage is. It's only 5. Oh, that charger must not have power delivery. The right standard at least, so that kind of makes sense. So it'll trickle charge. What's up, Stargazer? How are you? We're getting set up. Okay, I'll see you back in a bit. We'll put the lens cap on. And I can get my phone back. And I really want to remember not to point the new phone at Scary Laser Engraver. So maybe I'm actually just going to put it in my pocket. But we'll keep the other phone handy if we want to do some remote work. And then we've got our lights that are now available. So I think we'll use them. I think we'll bring this spotlight into the show. Do something like that. It's kind of cool. And then we'll swap back to our second cam. And I think we're gonna turn down the fill light in the room. I might turn on this lamp from the side, and let's see if these scenes match. That's somewhat decent. I think we could kind of work with that. Oh, it's a lot more comfortable with the fan running. So what I'm gonna do is on my little lavalier. Oh, it is on noise suppression mode. I don't know when I did that, but it is. So now we can carry on. And that's a little bit overexposed, but that'll be okay. Set you down there, and goggles go on. Why does that look? There, okay. So now there's going to be a constant whine of the fan in the background. I'll try to talk a little bit louder. And I just look so cool, man. Like you wouldn't even believe. We're out here. We're just lasering. I'm gonna fix this. I don't want to do that. We'll maybe just center up. Oops. Oops. And that should work. Okay, and then I guess I'll need to toggle a display capture
on and off for you guys since I don't have scenes set up. But I'll actually do a program capture so there's not any ugly desktop background and stuff like that. So we'll just add a source. We'll do window capture. We'll call it Lightburn. That is the software I use. We will pick Lightburn. We'll hit OK. So now, why don't we'll go full screen. Why is that weird? Oh, because it's windowed and it's not actually quite full screen. That's funny. I think the important bit really is not the settings, but the actual structure of what we're doing. So I'll just bring this back to around here. Thanks for dropping by, Colby. Sleep well, my man. Yeah, I stream a little bit. We're getting started. I eventually want to stream games quite a bit more, but for now we're working on projects that'll help me stream games more one day. So, okay, now we've got Lightburn situated, and you can see it reasonably, and I'm just going to triple double check that everything is previewing correctly. It appears to. YouTube's being silly. I would like to see the live broadcast, YouTube. Thank you. Very good, very good. And we still have... Oh, we've got Yonder to lurky lurk. Very good. Okay, now we can get started. So I think we're just gonna leave titles and everything the same on Twitch. At this point, I'm not too bothered. Oh, I have hot cocoa. This is quite the vibe for me at the moment with these shades on, because I set up the lighting in here to kind of look kind of like nice and dim, and then I put sunglasses on. But at least the hot cocoa slaps. So a quick note on the goggles and this laser. This is a UV laser, meaning ultraviolet light. Lasers can operate anywhere from infrared to ultraviolet. I have a laser behind me that's a diode laser. That is in the 580 nanometer wavelength range. That's kind of like a blue to violet visible light. This is an ultraviolet laser, so its wavelength is even shorter than that. But on the other end of the spectrum, you can have infrared lasers, and they're like the 10,000 plus, 10,000 to 1080 wavelength. And all that means is light is absorbed into materials differently depending on the wavelength of light. Metals absorb infrared, but they might reflect visible light. So if you want to affect metals, if you want to engrave or cut metals, you would use an infrared laser. It's really hard to use a diode laser for that because so much of the energy is reflected. And infrared and diode have to kind of act on a heat-based principle, so they just heat up the material and then it vaporizes to actually alter it. UV is different. It affects almost all materials. It's absorbed by almost all materials, including glass. So glass appears opaque to UV light. But it works differently. It's not heat-based. As far as I can recall, I haven't done all my research to actually talk about it quite a bit, but it breaks up chemical bonds. That's what I can recall at the moment. And what that means is you can use it on more materials and it doesn't heat them up as much. And because the wavelength is so short, you can get really, really high detail. So what I've been doing is making images, engraving images. So that's kind of a scene. These are tiny, tiny dots that you probably will never be able to see on this camera. But this is an image made out of dots. And what I think we'll do here, so I talked a little bit about the technology, I guess, of lasers and what they do. But all of that was to illustrate why I have goggles on. These goggles affect certain wavelengths of light. They have a number on them which has an exponential power that relates to how much light it's blocking. So there will be a certain wavelength that it says, and it'll give you like a number and a symbol that tells you how many, basically how many exponents of light have been reduced on a given wavelength. I have a set of goggles that I really like from Cloudray, but their UV rating is not as good as the ones that came with the laser. So I'm using the ones that came with the laser because of that. We cannot see UV light. So if I took these goggles off, I wouldn't know. Even with the goggles on, I don't know that the laser is on. I can't see the light, but the light can still damage me. So that's why when the laser is on, the goggles are on. It's an exposed laser source, which is scary, and also given the fact that I can't see the light, it is just another level of uneasy to mess with. But I'm gonna do my best. This is why I don't want to point any nice cameras at the laser. I don't 100% know what the UV will do to it. So I just want to be kind of cautious and not just stick a camera right in there and get all this reflected UV light. But I think we'll start. We'll try to make some gift tags. I think that would be halfway decent of a thing to do. And I'll do a quick audio check on myself. Oh yeah, laser comes through loud and clear. Great. I think I need some more hot cocoa. So I'll try to make this kind of a quick process. I don't 100% recall my settings, so we'll have to find some settings. But I'm going to turn on this ventilation, so don't forget. I probably don't have it even plugged in, so I'm going to turn the laser off again and take these goggles off so I can see in here. And where the heck is this running to? There we go. Plug you in. Okay, there we go. Laser's on. We'll put this guy back on. And we'll turn on the vent. Call that good somewhere in there. I'm going to take off my focal and my lens cap, and laser is warming up because we just restarted it, so that'll work out. Now we get to do the design. So over here in Lightburn has a lot of functions, and we're basically going to make a box And we're gonna make this eventually be a cutout, but it gives me kind of a frame to work within. And I have not used Lightburn frequently for like 3 to 4 years. It's been a while. So bear with me, but we'll do something simple. We'll say from, and we'll say to, and we'll add our colons, we'll select, actually we'll go back to text, select these, and align them left, scale them down. These boxes are 10 centimeter or 10 millimeters by 10 millimeters, so 1 square centimeter. So I know roughly what it'll size out to. And I want to see if I just get lucky and this all frames in there nicely. But what I need to do is select my text and put it on a different layer, and then I can affect it individually. Okay, so that looks pretty good. We'll bring in another text layer and say it's from me and say it's to my mom. And I just want to be clear, like I know my channel's growing little by little, and you know I get a few viewers here and there. Don't dox my mom's name here, please. I wanted to be real and use her real name, but please don't use it against me. Okay, and then we'll grab all of that. I really should make these separate, but I think it might honestly be easier to skip that and make this boundary box a little bit bigger and center that instead. We'll move it up roughly there, and then I'll make sure this gets onto a good spot. We'll call that pretty good. Okay. And I guess we could run this quickly and see how it looks. I'm going to set these to opposite functions. Power is kind of an interesting thing with lasers. It's, at least with fiber lasers, they're different. And this really, it's not classified as a fiber laser. Like you wouldn't call this a fiber laser, you'd call it UV. But I think it works on the same principle as a lot of those. So I'm gonna look at my most recent charts. And that doesn't, I kind of keep charts around that show me what the laser was doing, like settings and things, so I can set them. So we'll call, actually we'll swap these layers because we want the cutout to be done last. So I think for this one, for our text layer, we'll do, you know, I think we need another light. I'll just kind of point a light here that won't affect the scene too much. Yeah, you guys don't see any change, but now I have a spotlight shooting across that I can see things with. Oh, you're getting a little bit. Yeah, you're getting a little bit. Let me adjust this barn door. There we go. Okay. So now looking at my chart, speed of 1,000 might be doable. This is frequency. So frequency of 20, speed of 1,000. and an interval. Let's say 0.8. Q pulse. Let's do a frequency pretty high. We'll do 40. Q pulse. Don't know if I have any good settings. We'll leave it at 200. I'll hit OK. For the line, we're going to set, we'll just repeat that one several passes. Let's say 5 passes. We'll put it to like 250 millimeters a second. And frequency, we're going to do way, way, way lower. We'll say 1000 kilohertz. And we're going to set the Q pulse to 20. I think that means more impact on this material. And then what we need to do at the laser itself is get ourselves a preview. Now we can't see the laser light, so we use an intermediate material. So I don't know exactly where that's going to land, so I use this. This is self-emissive plexiglass, acrylic, self-emissive acrylic. If I line this up, you can see the laser. That is the UV dot being focused down, and then those other dots are focusing assists. And it's been on this whole time, and I had no idea. I forgot that it stays on a little bit. So what I can do in the Lightburn software, I can click frame. Somewhere I can click frame. I wonder if the laser's connected properly. There, we were in the material tab instead. So now I can lay this piece of acrylic down, I can click frame, and what it's going to do is move the laser dot in a square or rectangle very rapidly. So I can see an outline of where it's going to go. And that's really good because I actually have this whole thing not centered on the work plate, on the work surface. So it actually would have been off center from where I anticipated. So I couldn't have used intuition there. But now we've got that in a good spot. I'll leave the acrylic there to hold it. We're going to click start. You can probably hear it. So I don't think that cut all the way through. It also did not fully engrave our desired information. So I'm going to drop the speed to 500 millimeters a second, which is very, very fast still. And I'm going to drop the frequency closer. We'll just do 30 because I don't want to change too many variables at once. Now for cutting, I think we need to go way slower. We'll just do 100 millimeters a second, and we're going to run the whole thing one more time. You can see the smoke now, and it's getting drafted up into the vent, and I'm going to see if this pulls away. It looks like it's separated. So there we go. Now we have a little gift tag. This one's nothing to write home about, but we can keep going from there. So back in the software, I will try to make a decorative border. And there's a cool function called array, which we'll use. I would like to make, I guess we could make an ellipse. I'll hide these two. And I'm going to make a circle here, which will move to a new layer. And I'd like to fill it. And then we can make a second one. Same size. And we'll overlap these two. Kind of like making a moon between the two. Then I want to see if I can mask. I'm trying to remember the way you used to do that. If it's tools. Oops. I think I just have the wrong tool. So I'll select these, right click, and still nothing. Tools, Boolean, that could work. Let's use a Boolean. We'll try intersection. So Boolean is just a combining function, and you get a variety of options here. So I'm going for subtract B to A. We'll hit OK. So now we have this moon. And I could repeat that process and make, oh, that would be really cool actually. Maybe I do that. That might be worth it. I think we'll do it because it would be so dope. Okay, so we'll make another circle of a size. We'll just call it that size. Now we're going to use this function called array, grid array. And you can basically iterate your parts here. And I will deselect group results, hit OK, and now everything here should be its own item. So I can select, I'll drag this other way. Let's see, I think drag from the right needs to be fully in there, so I can grab everything but that. And I can set these off to the side. Now I can drag this back and we can start making more of these half moons or moon shapes. So we'll put those together. We'll grab two of these now, bring those back, and this will be our thinnest, that'll be the next, and then we'll do this. So we'll make it a little bit bigger than our farthest one to the left there. Very good. I'll grab two more, drag those back, and that is even bigger. That might work even better for us. This one I think I'm going to adjust a touch because it's bigger, it needs to shrink down, and we'll call that one good still. Grab all these, grab two, bring those back. We only have to get halfway, and then we can mirror it. So that's good there. We'll make this next to our halfway point. So I wonder, do we want to call that halfway? I guess technically halfway is a full moon in this case. So we really could stretch this a little bit more. Stretch this even more. Now we just have these three to work from. So grab these two, and we'll make this our nearly full moon. And we'll make that our full moon. So now we'll combine these. So we'll select Tools, Boolean Assistant, and I think we want that, A plus B. And let me just look again at what our Control B is our assistant. So we'll select these, Control B, Control Z, Control B, there we go. And we'll do that again. Select these two, Control B, okay. Control B, Control B. Okay, and our last, which is actually our first, Control B. Okay, this I'm going to go ahead and scale to match. I guess approximately, because it doesn't quite line up. And then it is going to swap places with the other one. These two look very similar. I'm just going to delete that one and move these a little bit closer. And now we kind of have a little moon progression. I'm not a person that knows the names of all this, but there we go. So what I'd like to do is get these grouped a little closer and maybe even stagger and size them to match. So let's do something like that. And now I'm going to select all of these and scale them down slightly. Then I'll select all but the last one and scale them down slightly. And then the next, -1, scale. Last 3, scale. Last 2, scale. And last one, we'll scale it down. Now my spacing's changed a little bit, so I think we'll adjust. Something that feels right. Something like that. Now I'll select these, and I should be able to maybe even group them. And then let's see what happens if I mirror it. Okay, so I could basically, actually let's do Control D to duplicate, mirror. We'll drag this over and align it close to perfect there. And then we'll grab these. I guess it's going to select everything, so we'll grab it all. We'll ungroup, grab the middle two, or I'm going to click to select one, and then just delete it. So now there should be just one pass there. So now we have this moon thing. This will be output, and we'll just copy our fill setting and apply, and then move that up. 520. What? What's that about? Oh, it copied the text and pasted it. I want to copy our settings and paste. There we go. Then we'll show all of our layers. And now we can grab this, I'm going to group it again and line it up over the top of this, which actually looks like I got it pretty centered. And I'm going to leave that there. I may actually scale down a bit so it kind of fits inside the frame just a little bit better. And then I'm going to look to make sure that lines up pretty centered, which it looks like it does. And then we're going to do another design for the bottom. Welcome back, Star. So let's draw, I think we could do a rectangle, kind of a skinny rectangle. And then if we go to edit nodes, which I haven't used in a long time, so let me see. Click on a line of curve. I want to click on a point. I want to break a shape. Let's delete it now. Existing. I want to move things. It's a line segment. It should have nodes. Oh, there we go. There's all of our keys. Okay, convert curve to line would be L, which it's maybe not a curve. Okay. Delete insert node point. So we'll hover here and insert with I. Well, I'm having trouble with that. Oh well. The hope was, we could just use this. So we'll work with this. I'm going to scale this down to about there, and we'll drop that there. And now we'll do another array. And I'll drop a bunch, but we're gonna add spacing between these. We might just add a little bit. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. So I want enough to reach all the way out there. And I will bring this and roughly center it. And then what we'll do to shape it the way I wanted is draw a line on it. I think that'll work. And I'm going to say roughly about there. And this one roughly there. And now we will grab, that's another line. So let's grab everything. We'll do our Boolean. Hopefully we'll do our Boolean tools, Boolean assistant. Okay. Not sure if it has to be different layers. Why don't we try that? We'll just throw that onto another layer. I'm going to hide that for a second. Select all these and group them. Then we'll show this again. And select all this. Let's see if we can do our Boolean now. Okay, it says we can. So let's see. I think we want this one. No, that doesn't quite look right. This one. So we're basically trimming the tops to give them an angle. Yeah. And then it's actually deleting that from the other layer. So now we have that shape. And we could copy this, make it big enough to fit around all that. We'll just adjust the height for now. And then we'll adjust the sides in. Oops. So there's both sides. There's that. So now this needs to move to our first layer, which is our cut layer. But our second one here needs to move to one of our fill layers, because now we don't want to cut the inside, we want to cut the outside. So that all should work. I'd love to have a pattern on the edge. I'm now noticing nothing's square. I haven't been building any of this on the proper kind of locked in format, but I'll shift that over and then we'll just grab this and shift it over to match. Okay, I'd love a design on the sides, but why don't we run a test with this and see how it looks. So let me just remove by layer. We want this to do last, and that's going to be at the outside, so that's good. We want this to be done after the text, that's fine. And we want that to be on the inside. So that'll work. Our line is still 5 passes. I think after 3 it was good, so we'll just do 4. And now we can reframe back on our cam over here. And that will fit. So I'll just double check that, bring that back, and we will run the job. That doesn't look right. Why would it fill the entire... Oh, okay. Well, we'll let it go. How did we manage that? What did we do? Oh, we set one of the squares to fill. So we're filling the square right now. Which means then we're going to fill the text. So we're going to have black text, and then we're going to go back over it, and it's going to disappear. I think is what's going to happen. Or not. Okay. There we go. Focus. That's pretty cool. Wow, it really doesn't want to consistently focus on. This, please. Don't know. It keeps, it's not happy. Camera not happy. Let me see what it's trying to do. Can't tell if it's switching to AI tracking or what exactly it's trying to do. I'm going to turn off focus for a second. Tell it to focus as close as possible. There. That's something. Yeah. See some good detail there. Cool. All right, put that back on. Regular. Yeah, it is really quick, Star. The power of lasers. So yeah, that was tags. You could change the shape. So this is just a rectangle. You could put, you know, some clear tape over your present, or you could leave tabs, make tabs, and have like a hole punch. Even hole punch it, but you could cut out a hole. Or you could even make this have really long arms that you could tape back to itself. So I'm actually going to grab everything in here and shrink that down and center it, shrink it again, like that, and we're going to make a new box, very long rectangle, and we'll bring that down to the middle. And I'm going to try to Boolean these two together and find which one works. So union looks good. So now we have these really long tabs, and I just need to figure out the scaling now. So I'll frame this, which looks like we're actually going to be good. So I'll keep that, and I'm going to click start, and it's going to do the work in the middle, and I'll catch up with chat here. My day was pretty good. I think I'm getting sick, and it's probably because I stayed up super late and get all that sleep from that last shift. But I'm feeling pretty good, all things considered. Okay, so here's an example of another idea I had. And this is actually kind of crazy. Let me swap this to global focus. Can you see? No, it does not want to focus there. Let me see if I can get Droid Cam back up. Try to bring it up, and there's Droid Cam 2 that we needed. So that's all the way down there, so we'll bring it up. Okay. So this is what we just made. Of course, our overhead light is the light we have. I'll just hold it like this. But we just made this little guy. Look at that. It's so tiny. If it would focus, then it'd be good. Bringing exposure up. And I could focus from here and zoom. Just trying to figure out. Hello. Okay, there's a focusable camera. So we'll do tap to focus. Okay, we can get a lot closer now. So the resolution on that is completely acceptable. And it's so itty bitty. But the idea with this is now you have something you could wrap. Let's say you had a round. Let me just stop that one. But let's say you had a round gift, like a can of soda. You could wrap that around your gift, tape it to the back, staple it, whatever. And now you've got your little name tag on there. Light, please. Yeah. So all kinds of ideas with a tool like this, all sorts of things you can do. Okay, Han, I hear you. Man, that sounds pretty tempting. I could definitely vent some rage towards kids that are way better at games than I am. Yeah, I'll join you in a bit, Han. That's a good segue for me. So we're gonna start winding down, but before we go, I want to do just some personal tests on an aluminum can. One of the big reasons for having this laser is because it can affect all types of materials. And it seems like it's material agnostic. It just doesn't care. So I'm going to try to cut this can in a very rudimentary way, just with a pocket knife. And as you can imagine, this is not going to be the cleanest edge by any means. Oh, I thought we got there. Dang. Hey, get back here. Okay. So we got that. We'll cut this other side. Now, Han, are you streaming, sir? I don't see you, so you're just playing. Okay. Good deal. No problem. Ah. I keep dropping it. Okay. Now we got a round cylinder, and I'll just cut down one edge. Haha. And now I have an aluminum sheet that is much, much thicker than aluminum foil. And if I do this right, I could flatten it out. And it's okay. I think we'll just go with it. This UV laser is very sensitive to depth because it's such it has a very thin focal plane. And that makes it hard to focus. They do have solutions for that, but those cost money. And I do not want to spend that money at the moment. So I'm struggling trying to get this to stay straight enough to maybe work. Ah, fuck. All right. Can you guys see this? Yeah, you kind of can. I'm going to bump focus up a touch and lean it there, and we can kind of see that now. Now I need some kind of focusing aid. So I think these lines could be good. I'm going to turn off a couple layers and grab the moons and the other bit. And I'm going to scale this, okay, to about 2 centimeters. That seems a little bit big. I'll scale it down to 1 centimeter, approximately. And then settings wise, I really don't know. We'll be playing with the Q-pulse width. I think lower is better. Let's set 50. we'll keep the speed down low at 250 and we'll run a pass. That's fucking cool. No way. Very, very faint effect, but holy crap. Where are my eye loops? I need a loupe. Okay, I'm gonna grab my 7X here. We'll grab the phone. And Droid Cam will start up. You guys probably can't see that. Especially not with the focus. I need to set up like a macro camera next time I do this. But I'm gonna try to get you guys an eyeball on this. There it is. There it is. Holy crap. It's not perfect because it's line skipped. Honestly, I think the scale is so small. Got all kinds of things on my desk. Hot cocoa break. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my settings. I'm gonna change the interval way down. We'll say 0.1, which is kind of crazy. We'll do that. We'll hit OK. Focus-wise, not too bad. Set another spot. We're gonna drag my grid lines. We're 150 by 150. So 75 by 75 should be center. That doesn't look right. Yeah, 75 is almost 80. That would be almost 80. So yeah, that should be our actual center. Bring this there. And I'll frame it just so I can have a sanity check. That looks pretty good. And we'll hit start. Oh, that was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. I don't know why is track on? I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. If track's gonna be on, because it keeps turning itself on, then we're gonna do it right, and it's gonna be normal tracking. Yep. And we're gonna do sport mode. Yeah, there we go. Check. That wasn't a friend. That was a friend. Yes, okay. So a couple friends are starting up a game. I'm gonna join them in a little bit. So we will be ending the stream shortly. I don't see them yet. There's one of them. So I will probably raid you guys into them. I'll give them a little bit to get started, but we're gonna take a look at this tiny, beautiful thing that we have done here. The resolution is mind-boggling. Let me see if I do Droid Cam on the big phone. Grab this. Put you to the top and enable, and turn the slider, and then can I get a better effect here? It should be the wide angle, but actually that might work. although it's not focusing, so I don't know. Okay, you can almost see that. Can I zoom? Whoa, fuck. What happened? Oh, it's changing cameras. It's bizarre. There you go. Yes, okay, you can see that. Glorious. So a lot higher detail because the line interval was much denser. It affected the material more, basically. So that's great. So let's do another one. We'll set it just above. Does this disable if I lock the phone? Nope. So we'll just have to hit stop. And there we are, we're back. Yeah, I hope I can fight off the cold. I'm sure you'll send me your remedy. Not that I have turmeric at the moment. I will probably join in some Fortnite with some friends. Shala and Han. I think you've probably come across them through a mutual Discord. I'm going to just focus a little bit. I'm going to say up a touch, just a touch more. And let's... I'm trying to think what's going to have more punch. We'll go slower. Let's say even 25, so 10x slower. We're going to drop our Q pulse to 30. We're going to drop the frequency to 10K, or 10,000. Oh yeah, lemon, honey, ginger, and turmeric tea. Best with black tea or English breakfast. Gotcha. Don't mind me, I'm just going to take a picture of that. Oh no! Droid cam, stop it. We don't need to make our friends sideways and dizzy. Okay, yep. Got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so we've tweaked some settings. For my memory, we are at a speed of 25 millimeters a second, a frequency of 10 kilohertz, a Q pulse width of 30 nanoseconds. Let's run it. Start. Sorry, I hit the mic. That was so cool. Oh my God, it's etched it. It's a, get the phone out. Log it in, get the droid cam. Get droid cam, come on. Let's see. Why is that not zoomed in? What the hell? How on earth? Okay. We're gonna get the next lens. And whatever. Call this one good enough. Where is it? There it is. Look at that. That is gorgeous. That is actually etched into the aluminum. That is amazing. I want to point a camera at it. I'm scared to, but I want to point a camera at it. We'll start with a camera that's really far away. Where's my remote? There we go. So we'll swap to cam, the other cam, and we'll just zoom it in. Okay, we'll call that good. And I want to, can we cut through the aluminum? It's thin, but if this can be a material that I could flatten out and work with. I'm thinking like you could repurpose aluminum cans into ornaments that you wouldn't have to cut, or even if you were to cut it with scissors, you can trace with the laser. Not that anybody should buy this laser to do that, but it's kind of neat that I could do it, I guess. Let me adjust our image exposure. We're gonna hit auto exposure and global, and I think the compensation as well. So you'll be able to see this decently. Okay, what settings do we want to tweak? So we're currently fill. I guess if we wanted to really cut it, we would do line, because we wouldn't need to fill. We just cut our lines. And why don't we say an even slower speed? Let's say 2 millimeters a second. Super slow. We're like 2,000% less than we were. We've got a really short Q pulse of 30. The frequency is 10 kilohertz. Let's go to 1,000. So we're chopping the signal into less. We're moving slower, and we have a very short impact duration. So it should be putting everything into its little bit there. And we're just gonna run it. I think it's fine. I think you guys can see that just fine. I don't think it's affecting the camera. We're gonna go back because my jaw has been hanging open. This is so freaking cool. Oh, it's done. I wonder. All right, let's look at it. What did it do? So it did a line. Yeah, it did lines, and they are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. You can feel it. It's sharp. Wow. The angle of light is really good right there. I almost need to set up the camera behind me just as a macro cam. Have like a good little lighting area to drop this stuff into. Han may need to wait because this shit's cool. Even if I took a photo, let's say, actually, yeah, you guys can see that. That's perfect. So the last one we did was the one by my right index finger, wiggling right there. We did fill on that one, so it's solid shapes. This one we did lines, even slower with more impact. And you can see how tiny and perfect those details are with Raggedy Fingernail for scale. That is incredible. I really want to make an image now. So I guess that's what we're gonna do. The way images work for like high detail images is fairly simple. So we'll bring Lightburn up. And I'm going to hide this layer for now. We'll copy its settings later. But I need to bring in an image. So you won't be able to see the images I browse. Yeah, because we're just on a preview window, and that's fine. But I'm going to dig through for an image. Let me see. I think we just made a specific folder. Yeah, Lightburn projects, no. Maybe it was desktop. Ah, there it is. Laser files from old PC. I would like a preview. I'm using a new program to replace File Explorer as much as I can. Actually, let's do... we don't have high-res images, though. We could use the classic... We could... Oh no, we're gonna do it. Okay. So there's this picture of me. I'm like 5. This was a family photo. And I just looked like the smuggest little shit imaginable. I'm just like, yeah, I know, I'm awesome. So this is my face in a family photo. I'm a freaking little kid. We'll use this image. This is a classic image of mine. I engrave this image very frequently. It's probably my most engraved image. And it ends up on black cardstock, tiny little squares, super high resolution, and they get left places for my wife to find. So it's a classic. So I'm going to scale this to about 10 millimeters tall. And I want to see, this can be a process, so I'm hoping to get lucky. Dialing in the settings for something like this can be incredibly tricky. Obviously there's no colors with this setup. All we have is the intensity of damage we can do. So it's going to be a linear scale of damage, but the easiest way, the best way to do this is to forget gradients and just use 0 and 1. Basically no effect and all of the effect. And then you place 2 dots, in this case, of something that's affected close together, and you get more intensity versus 2 dots that are farther apart. It's called rasterizing. It's what they use for newsprint, all sorts of things. So we basically just place the density of dots, we vary the density of dots. So finding that exact setting and telling, the computer, hey, this image needs to do this, to look this way, it can be pretty tricky. But I'm hoping to get lucky. So, yes, baby Fi. We can preview the image, and you can see what the engraver wants to do. These lines are actions where it's placing and affecting, in this case. But you can invert the image as well, which a lot of times, depending on your material, if it's a darker material that turns light when you affect it, that's what happens. So, right now we're saying cut on these spots and move on the others, and I can't tell the difference, to be honest with you. If I play it, that's what it wants to do. I think that's okay, but we're missing a lot of resolution. So I'm gonna hit adjust image. Okay, so in here, we get some settings. Oh, you can't see that dialog box. Well, I have a dialog box at the moment, which is showing me the original image and then basically a posterized, a lower resolution image, because my line interval for the size of image is kind of high. It's 0.1 millimeters. So I'm going to lower this to closer to 0.02. We'll go to 0.01. The absolute resolution should be like 0.002 for this laser. So now we have almost 1,000 pixels tall by 700 pixels wide. Now my job is to decide, do I want the dots to be brighter or the dots to be darker? And I think the dots being brighter makes sense. So we won't invert the display. We want the dot to be brighter. Now I'm going to look at the image, and I have to adjust the densities of these pixels, which of course you can't see, unfortunately, but that's what's going on. So I'm looking at my contrast slider, and I can adjust it, and it's going to basically move my highlights around and crush the shadows. And the brightest area, I actually think we need to invert this. It needs to be negative. Did I think of that right? We'll wait. I'm also going to switch this to a different interpretation style, Jarvis. Actually, no, Stucky did a way better job of the hairline. Okay, so we're going to dial back contrast a little bit. That looks good. Brightness, no, that's fine. Now gamma shifts your midtones. And I'm basically looking at the densities around different parts of my face and comparing to the other photo. And I want everything to be making sense. I don't super know. I haven't done this a whole lot with images, but I basically tweaked it a bit, and hopefully that works. So now we're going to move. Maybe I can flatten this out enough. I'm going to hope that's good. And I think we just hit play and just see what happens. I need you guys to see this. Oh, it's so bright for you guys. Can I just swap? Even that looks too bright. You can hear it though, and you can see the light bouncing off. This is actually cutting into the aluminum. There's like little pieces of aluminum building up around it. So at this scale, and this size of image, this might be way too dense for all I know. I haven't dialed in this laser to know it perfectly well. We may have no image here at the end of this, or maybe missing a lot of detail. But hopefully we'll learn something. This is very bright. I think it's burning some of the aluminum, because that's actually pretty bright to look at. It's almost like looking at a weld, a very tiny weld. So I'm glad these are actually a little bit dark and it's not just filtering the UV. We're starting to get sweaty now. I hear you, Han, I hear you. I'm getting excited with laser. I mean, look how fucking cool this is. Fucking making a image in an aluminum can of my face from a family photo shoot when I was fucking 5 years old. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh look. Come on, focus. AF manual, close focus. Is that its close focus? What? I'm sorry. Technically challenged at the moment with this camera. Oh, this is close. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Look at that little smug boy on an aluminum can. It's actually shiny, or at least it reflects in an even direction. But yeah, that is incredible to be able to do that. That is so funny. Let me see if I can orient this for you guys the right way. Look at that little shit's face. That is smug little me from that photo. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. That's amazing. Alrighty, well, let me reset and we'll turn off these two cams and we'll get this reset. We're going to turn the laser off so you can all hear me. Thank you all so much for joining me. That was a fun evening. We did some good B-roll shoots on the orbit, the macro orbit table behind me. I think a lot of those are going to turn out really well. What I'd like to do is edit those down and get kind of a sequence of them and then figure out how to bring those in to show you guys live so you can see the full resolution and quality of what we did so you guys aren't left out. What else? Then we messed around with the laser engraver. We got our shelf kind of set up so we could stuff that in out the window to get our vent running. Kuroku gave us a raid. We had some friends drop in. It's been an excellent time. But it is time for me to wrap this up and think about some other projects. And I can't get over this. I can't get over that little face. That is so funny. But I am going to leave it there and I'm gonna go play a little bit of Fortnite off stream. But I will leave you guys with the people I will be hanging out with. And if they have a spot free by the time I get to them. They've asked a couple times that I join them. So I'm gonna leave you guys with Han. He is playing with his fiance Shala. And bringing up my raid menu here. We are looking for Mr. Han. There we go. Okay. We are going to drop in on Mr. Han. You all have a great evening. Thank you so much for joining me. I will catch you guys next time, maybe tomorrow. We might do some more stuff with lasers. I do have more B-roll to film. I have a little shot list from my editor. So I'm very excited for that. But I was getting tired of standing. I needed a break. So you're welcome, Star. You're very welcome. Little cocoa toast to everybody. Happy holidays, whichever ones you celebrate, or at least happy end of the year. Happy Yalda. It is the shortest evening of the year for those that celebrate. And hopefully I will get to feeling a little bit better, less under the weather shortly. Good night, everybody. And feel free to stay for the raid, even if it's just for a little bit. So we are getting the raid started. If anybody is, oh, everybody hopped in there. Thank you so much. And let me click raid, get my mouse over there. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a good night.